Hello everybody, my name is Alexander Kazina, aka Kozibear, and I'd like to thank you for joining me this evening for another installment of Season 4 of Kozibear's Cooking, or rather I should say the first installment, because the one that was supposed to happen last week did not happen. This is a limited run, 7-episode show that you can watch live on twitch.tv/CozyBearLive every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time between now, January 31st, and March the 13th. And if you miss one of my episodes live, don't you worry, I'll be uploading and publishing VODs of all my prior streams to YouTube every Saturday following their initial broadcast. I have a great episode in store for you all, so let's get this ball right and rolling. Tonight, we are going to be making my birthday cake. It is, I mean, I kind of planned this out, but not exactly. My birthday tomorrow. I was born February 1st, 1995. I'm going to be turning 29 years old, and to celebrate, I figured, you know what? It'd be a good idea to make cake, as Campo63 in the chat just said. And so I figured, you know what? I have a lot of video game themed cookbooks hanging around. It would be good to take them for a bit of a spin. And I just remembered, oh yeah, that's right. I have a Fallout themed cookbook. I don't remember exactly when I got this one. Hold on. I have the chat going on my phone right now, but I'm catching a little bit of the audio from the stream. I don't want to distract myself with my own voice. Anyways, I got this Fallout cookbook a while ago. Big fan of Fallout 3 and 4, and I'd made a few recipes from it in the past. I feel like I don't really remember. There was definitely, I think I made a Mirelurk cake from it. Irradiated roach cake. I definitely think I made like a vegetarian like rad roach like meatloaf thing at some point. It was a very long process, and I don't think that the end result was very good. But I feel very confident about the end result of what we're going to be making today. Today we are going to be making birthday cake. That's what it literally is called. Let's read a little bit about this here birthday cake. A good birthday cake recipe is a requirement for any vault dweller. Mandatory birthday party decorations include happy birthday signage, balloons, and party hats can be found in every vault. Some interesting stats around here. Special, +1 luck for 1 year. Difficulty, hard. I didn't even read that part, actually. That might be a problem. Prep time, 30 minutes. Cook time, 45 minutes. Servings, 8 slices. Pairs well with birthday hats and Nuka Cola on page 165. I actually did make Nuka Cola in the past. I'd completely forgotten about that, but in fact, I did make Nuka Cola in the past. The problem with that one is I made too much of the syrup, and it was just hanging around in our freezer, and it didn't fully freeze up, and then at one point it actually spilled on a bunch of other stuff in the freezer. It was a whole calamity. It was just a complete disaster. So I won't be making any of the Nuka Cola, but I will definitely be making this cake. And I might still be incorporating some Nuka Cola-y stuff into it. Campo63 in the chat says, I have like 3 gaming cookbooks, and I've never made a single thing from them. I mean, I've made a fair few things from them. I have this one, I have the Overwatch cookbook, I have the God of War cookbook, and I have the Destiny cookbook. And I also have a Pokemon cookbook too. I have, across all of those cookbooks, made a few recipes here and there. You might even see some of them on subsequent episodes of Kozibear's Cooking Season 4. But I've definitely not made enough. So that's what I'm here to do. And the chat in the chat says, Campo63, make us something and bring it to PAX. Ooh, that's an idea. That's an idea. Make some, something that won't perish on the flight there, like cookies. That would be a good idea. Real quick, there's a fun little description here, like a little note in the recipe book. Birthdays in the vault were interesting. The most memorable part was always when our Mr. Handy, quote-unquote, served the cake. Of course, it's a very memorable moment in Fallout 3 when your Mr. Handy attempts to cut your birthday cake and does a very poor job of doing just that. I want to just say real quick, if throughout me reading the description of the cake, you were like, man, I wish I could have a little bit more of a visualization of the cake in question, well, you are in luck, because I have just the thing for you. I have the the recipe picks window. which is, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Thank you to Tuples1 for the $10 tip. Holy shit. And also, I'm pretty sure I said it earlier, but thank you also to Chad Michael Innes for the Prime subscription. Thank you both oh so much. I really, truly, truly appreciate it. And so, yeah, as you can see right over here on the left side of the screen, this is how the cake is supposed to look in the book. Is that exactly what we're going to be making today? Not necessarily. But nevertheless, we will be following the recipe mostly to a T. Tuples1, thank you so much once again. As is tradition, we're going to go ahead and we're going to read ourselves the ingredients that we're going to be needing to make this. For the cake, we're going to need 3 cups of cake flour, 1 tablespoon of baking powder, 1 teaspoon of salt, 2 teaspoons of ground cardamom, 1 teaspoon of ground ginger, half a teaspoon of ground cinnamon, 1 cup, aka 2 sticks of unsalted butter at room temperature, 1 3/4 cup of sugar, 2 whole eggs, 2 egg whites, 3 tablespoons vanilla extract, 1 cup whole milk, and half a cup of Greek yogurt. For the frosting, we are going to need 2 cups of mascarpone cheese, 1 vanilla bean, 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract, 3/4 cup of half and half, 3/4 cup of heavy cream, 1/2 a teaspoon of salt, and 3 cups confectioner's sugar. We will be doing a couple of substitutions in there because we don't exactly have all those ingredients, but I do have everything we need to get this meal on the road. Now, here's the thing. Right now, I've moved Kozibear's Cooking to the basement of my house. This was done for a couple of reasons. Number one, always setting up and cleaning up the kitchen where I used to do Kozibear's Cooking in the past was a bit of a hassle. It got to the point, especially towards the end there, where I was spending the whole weekend setting it up and cleaning it up, and it just got to be very, very tiring. And so I wanted something that was a little bit more compact. So we're in my basement right now. We don't have an oven or a stove or anything like that in here. We do have outlets so we can, activate hand mixers and glue guns and all sorts of fun stuff like that. Don't have an oven. The way this is going to work is we're going to assemble our ingredients here. We're going to take ourselves a quick break, and then I'm going to skedaddle upstairs, and I'm going to bake whatever it is that we're going to need to bake. While our things bake, I will have something going on in the chat and also on my stream that will kind of keep us occupied. You'll have to wait to find out exactly what it is. And then the idea is that once it's baked, we'll switch back over to this setup over here, and we'll kind of continue from there, doing any decorating and whatnot that we need to do. All right. Now, the first instruction says preheat the oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. We're going to just hold off on doing that a little bit because I want to just sort of focus on getting some of the other things started up first. All right. Step number 1, preheat the oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Spray 2 8-inch cake pans with non-stick spray. Our cake pans right over here are actually 9-inch rather than 8-inch. It's our little dough scraper thingy. We need to combine the cake flour, baking powder, salt, cardamom, ginger, and cinnamon in a medium bowl and set aside. In a large bowl, combine the butter and sugar and mix until smooth. Mix in the eggs whites, and vanilla. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to mix together the dry ingredients. We're going to take a super short break so I can go upstairs and start on the oven. Then we're going to mix together the wet ingredients. Then we will mix together all the other ingredients that are in step 2. So by that point in time, the oven will be preheated to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. Now I realize that from this perspective, it's a little bit, how should I say, hard to see some of the ingredients that are on the table. Even if I do zoom in a little bit, they're kind of a little bit out of view. I definitely need to bring in something that would make it easy for you to see a kind of top-down perspective of what's going on here. And lo and behold, I have just the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the top-down camera, where I can show you a top-down view of the table before me. What's that? You're saying that you're not seeing as much of the table as you thought you would see? Oh, well, don't you worry. I have just a solution for that. I can actually entirely remove myself out of the scene, and I can show you everything that there is to be shown right here and right now from a top-down perspective of the table. As you can see, I have quite a few things prepared here. But right now, we don't really need to show everything that's going on the table, so we'll just go ahead and we'll switch back to halfway. Chad Mike Innes in the chat says, Cozy out here bragging about his 9-inch cake. I mean, I have 2 of those little containers over there. 2 of them. I gotta brag about it, you know? All right. Let's go ahead and let's get things on the road. Let's see here. It says I should combine them in a medium bowl, so we'll use just that. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to put this other bowl over to the side. All right. We're going to go ahead and we're going to start by combining the cake flour. So cake flour is first on the docket. Well, got to be careful because I don't want anything to accidentally fall down. Oh, before we get going, I was feeling a little bit on the tired side. And so I figured, you know what? Might as well pick up a little pick-me-up after work. I was really hoping that this Red Bull would be like, I don't know, like cola flavored, but it's watermelon flavored, which is kind of disproportionate with, you know, the theming of this whole stream. But anyways, got to get your energy however you can. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put it there. I'm hoping, praying to God that it doesn't accidentally spill on my new 3DS that I got a little while back. All right, let's get this stream on the road. All right, we need 3 cups of cake flour. This is a cup-sized measuring cup. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get through 3 of these. We're going to do our best to level it out, but we do have a spoon on hand that we can use if needed to kind of push it down a little bit, like such. And there we go. It's tough because, like, you know, compared to cooking, which people often equate to like jazz, for example, baking is a lot more like chemistry. You got to be careful that you're kind of following the instructions to a T, because if you don't, you know, you potentially risk having all the ingredient measurements being discordant and, you know, your final product being kind of faulty. So I always feel a little bit guilty when I'm like, yeah, that seems about right, because, you know, you don't want to be about right. You want to be as right as you possibly can be. All right, that's about 2 cups. Final cup. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Tuples1 in the chat says, very fancy. Thank you, Tuples. I really appreciate it. And thank you for coming back to Kozibear's cooking. You know, it'd been a pretty long time since I'd done my last cooking stream. I want to say it must have been in 2022, or maybe it was, if it was in 2023, if I did any cooking streams last year, it would have been at the very beginning of the year. But yeah, it's been a little while, and I'm glad to see you back and enjoying my content here. I put a lot of effort into this, and yeah, happy to have a crowd here to enjoy it. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just shove this back in over here. Next ingredient, baking powder, 1 tablespoon. That's all we need. All right, I do have, here we go. I do have measuring spoons, and yeah. Gonna go ahead and we're going to measure ourselves out 1 tablespoon. Unlike with the cake flour, much easier to determine if you have enough of this stuff. Go ahead and I'll shove this by the cake flour. Baking powder, salt. Ooh, the salt. I actually have one of those old big boxes of salt, like this one. And how much of the salt do we need? 1 teaspoon. And there we go. 1 teaspoon of salt has been added. Next up, 2 teaspoons of ground cardamom. I was very fortunate. I had all the spices that I needed to make this cake already stashed away in my spice jar. I was concerned that I was going to have to go out and buy them because they always just... like, going out and buying extra spices, not only is it expensive, but, like, usually it just takes up space in your pantry in weird ways that you wouldn't anticipate. Smells really good, by the way. Let's see, 2 teaspoons. All right, so we got to do 1 more. Just want to be careful because this kind of stuff, if you're not careful with like the ground cardamom, like it can really, it smells really good, but it can really mess up your whole recipe if you get the wrong amount. All right, next up, cardamom, ginger. And this one, it's just 1 teaspoon. I know that this is the cinnamon, which we're going to need that next. Here we go. This is the ginger. And we're going to need just 1 teaspoon of this stuff. By the way, this isn't a video game themed stream, at least not yet. I will say, I watched the State of Play just before getting on this stream while I was preparing, setting things up. That Death Stranding 2 trailer, I gotta say, beginning to wonder if maybe I should finally go back and properly complete the original Death Stranding, because a lot of stuff going on in that trailer that is very intriguing. The music when they're having that guitar fight, mucho bene. All right. We need just half of a teaspoon of ground cinnamon, which is notably less than the other 2 quantities. Right now, like, I feel incredibly confident that we will finally have Metroid Prime 4 revealed at some point within 2024. And, like, man, oh man, like, Metroid games typically have had good trailers. Like, you even look at something like Metroid Other M, not a very good game, but, like, cool reveal trailer. If the Metroid Prime 4 reveal trailer is on the same level as that Death Stranding trailer, I'm gonna be over the moon. Campos63 says, I need to go back and finish Death Stranding, DS. I think I'm like halfway through. I definitely got like a third of the way through. I wasn't super far, but I still invested a fair amount of time in there. I just need to, it's one of those things where I just need to commit. All right. Okay, so it seems like we've combined all of the dry ingredients that we were supposed to combine here, which means that now we got to go ahead and we got to mix them up, make them as cohesive a mixture as we possibly can. All right, looking good. Okay, I'm gonna run upstairs real quick, and I'm gonna go and I'm gonna turn on the oven so that it's ready to go when all of our ingredients here are mixed up. I wanna say real quick, when I switch to my BRB scene and my stream setup, I have it set so that I will run a 30-second Twitch ad. The way I have my kind of current Twitch setup set up is such that I don't have any pre-roll ads running, and so this is the only way that I have ads running in the stream. If you guys find that it's disruptive, if you're like, I don't love this, by all means, do let me know. I don't want this to, like, I'm not really making a ton of money off of these streams, really. This is something that I am just doing for fun. And so if you're like, kind of a little excessive to have an ad in there, by all means, do let me know, and I will address it in future streams. All right, be right back. And I am back. And hello to Matt from RI. Hello, sir. I am so happy to see you here. Yeah. And I am back. You may have seen, oh, you actually can't even see it from this perspective. I have a fun new addition to the table. And I just set up the oven upstairs so that it is now rising to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. I think that we've seen the image of the birthday cake on stream for long enough, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take that out, resize the chat back to its original size. Okay, so we've combined all of the dry ingredients together. We're going to go ahead and we're going to very gently set it aside over here. And we are going to go ahead and we're going to start getting our wet ingredients together. All right, in a large bowl, combine the butter and sugar and mix until smooth. Mix in the eggs, egg whites, and vanilla. Okay, so where is our butter? I know I put it somewhere here. Here it is. Here it is. This is butter that has been left out for about an hour. Normally, you're not supposed to leave things at room temperature like that for too long. However, the recipe calls for the butter to be at about room temperature. It still is probably a little bit on the, I guess, kind of coldish side. The good news is I'll try to see what I can do with this fork, and if I can't do a whole lot with the fork, I'll switch over to using the electric hand mixer, which I also have set up over here. All right. So yeah, combine the butter and sugar, and the amount of sugar that we need is 1 3/4 cup. So we're going to start off with a cup. Let's see, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. One cup is in there, and next we got our 3/4. Just a little bit more. No, come on. Come on. All right, that's about good. All right. So we're going to try for like a second or two to see how well we can fare with this fork, but I suspect probably will be easier to just use the... No, I'm making some progress. You know what? Let's go ahead. For a big, momentous occasion like this, we need to go big, quite literally, with the top-down camera to show the full glory of my action. At the very least, you know what? I probably will switch to the... I probably will switch to using the mixer, but at the very least, breaking up the butter into pieces like this probably doesn't hurt. In retrospect, I took the butter out of the fridge like about an hour before I started the stream, maybe even less than that. I probably should have taken it out the moment I got home, which was about 2 hours, basically like 2 hours ago. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna grab myself a knife so I can scrape some of this butter and sugar off of this fork. All right, let's go ahead and let's set up our mixer. number 1. Number 2. Go ahead and we're going to... hold on. I got the wrong one in. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and let's mix this bad boy up. Hold on, let's make a little more space so we can push it over a little bit. Okay. Let me just push some things in here a little bit. Right. I'm going to pulse it a little bit more. Okay. I did wash my hands before I did the stream, by the way, so they're nice and clean, so you don't need to worry anything. It's a little bit more crumbly. I wouldn't call it exactly nice and smooth, but as you mix in the eggs whites, and the vanilla, it will gradually get, you know, a little bit more on the wet side. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to start getting into our eggs. So the recipe calls for us to add in 2 whole eggs and 2 egg whites. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to temporarily move this over here. We're going to bring in our egg bowl. So number 1, I mean, I guess we might as well just start with the normal eggs, not the egg whites. So that's number 1. There we go. Number 2, you got to be careful sometimes. You don't know when the eggshells are going to crack on you. All right, so here we go. So we got our 2 main eggs in there, which means now we got to go for just the egg white. So this is where we're going to be very careful. Going to let our egg white drip into the bowl. We're going to very carefully transfer our egg between the 2 egg shells. Well, I think the yolk might have just cracked open, which is okay. Because I think we got all the white that we would have gotten out of it. All right, here we go. Egg number 2. And there we go. All right, and that's egg number 2. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put our egg white in there. gonna grab, my hands are a little bit on the sticky side now, so I'm gonna grab myself a paper towel real quick. There we go. We have one backup egg over here. We're not going to need it, so I'll just... You know what? I'm actually going to just put it over to the side so that we don't crack it accidentally during the stream. All right, don't want to do the Red Bull all at once. Okay, you know what? Actually, there's a little bit of egg residue over there. I'm going to just grab another paper towel real quick so I can scrape it up. There we go. Hope you guys are having a fun time so far. All right, we got the eggs in there. We got the egg whites in there, which means that next we need the vanilla. Okay. How many of these do we need? We need 3 tablespoons of vanilla extract. That's a lot. Much more. Typically, most recipes like this just call for like a teaspoon or maybe like a teaspoon and a half, but 3 tablespoons. You know that they are serious about vanilla. So we're going to use up this bottle of vanilla extract that was almost completely used up. Now we have ourselves a nice new bottle of vanilla extract that we'll be using. I probably should have opened it actually before I started working on this. Crap, and now I have the little thingy that I have to open on top of it. Alright, I gotta very daintily put this down so that I can take care of this with all my strength and dexterity. Alright. Wow, it was weirdly there was like a lot of resistance there. I was not expecting that. Eggshells over there. Just want to get the last little bit of the kind of aluminum thingy out of this because I don't want it to, you know, accidentally drop into this baking project or any, you know, subsequent future baking projects. There we go. It's tablespoon number 1. Just to confirm, 3 tablespoons. Okay. Tablespoon number 2. Here we go. Final one. Tablespoon number 3. Okay. We are heading towards a very vanilla-ish dimension. Go ahead, and we are now going to continue mixing up. Let's go ahead and let's bring in the full view. The display that is before us so that we can really admire what's going on in all its glory. Okay. No, I don't want to use that. I have a scraper. Actually, you know what? I can always wipe it down later. Or, you know, just clean it during a quick break. So I'm just going to use this scraper to kind of like scrape up all the gunk and residue from the sides of the dish. Really just get it in there. So we're working with as much matter as possible. All right, shove that back under there, and we will continue. It's looking more and more cohesive. I'm still just a little bit concerned that like the butter might not be broken down enough for it to be as runny as we want it to be when we mix in the dry ingredients. So just want to see. Yeah, it kind of almost has like a cottage cheese like texture at this point, which is not, again, we're getting there, but I just want to make sure that we're as cohesive as we can be. All right, I'm gonna do one more mixing session. Do as much as we can. Okay. I think that's about as good as we're gonna get it. All right. So that's taken care of. Let's see here. We're on to step 2. We are finally on to step 2. Let's go ahead. Let's bring our super zoom in so we can do this as efficiently as possible. Add half of the dry ingredients into the large bowl and mix well. Add the milk and mix. Add the remaining dry ingredients and Greek yogurt and mix until completely smooth. Divide the batter evenly between the 2 prepared pans. Bake for 35 to 40 minutes until a toothpick inserted into the center of a cake comes out clean. So yeah, that's the current situation. Add half the dry ingredients to the large bowl and mix well. Okay. So we're gonna eyeball it and put in about half of this stuff. Hold on a sec. Let me go ahead. Let's bring our top-down camera back in. Ooh, I can really smell the cardamom. Okay, I think that's about, yeah, that's about half. I think we're good. All right. Mix well, which means we're back to this. You know, I'm going to turn down the speed a little bit so we don't have tons of, like, flour billowing out of the bowl as we try to do this. It's getting nice and thick. Okay. Gonna be very careful here. We gotta scoop some of our shit in here. I'm trying to think of a way, like, what's a way I can do this where I won't have just tons of the batter spilling onto the rest of the table. I mean, what I could do actually is I could probably, I guess, just put it in the bowl. I also have the bowl over there with the egg that I never used. You know what? Screw it. All right. I'm having a lot of fun doing this stream. I will say, this stream that I'm doing right here, right now, by far is the most complicated stream I'm going to do this season in terms of just the sheer amount of moving parts, sheer amount of ingredients I'm putting into this thing I'm making. My table is pretty crowded right now, but one thing I can look forward to with my future streams is that the table then will not be nearly as crowded. All right. All right, I'd say that's about distributed well and evenly enough. Again, we gotta get a little bit of the dough off of the thingies and into the bowl. That's good. Okay. After we have mixed in half, we gotta add the milk and mix. And it says just add the milk, which means I'm guessing we're probably gonna want to add in all of the milk that we're supposed to add in, which is a cup. So let's go ahead and let's measure that out. Hold on. There we go. Come on. Come on. Ah, damn it. I hate it when you accidentally break the milk carton open when you're trying to measure it out. All right. We got our milk. Just got to be careful because we don't want to knock that over. And 1 second, I'm just going to grab a scraper because, you know, whole milk can be a little bit clingy. I want to get as much of it in there as I can. All right. Add the milk and mix, so we got to go and we got to mix ourselves again. 2+1 says, any plans for your birthday? For my birthday, hold on a sec. I'm going to actually lower the volume, lower the thingy a little bit more. For my birthday, I plan on going out to, whoops. You know, hold on a sec. Let me just answer the question first, just because I'm realizing right now, I got to concentrate on this, because otherwise a lot of things will spill out and about. I am planning on going to a pizzeria after work with a couple of colleagues. I was like, hey, there's this pizzeria that's right around the corner that's actually extremely well rated, because I currently work at a quality assurance company in Montreal that's in like the food capital of Montreal. Like it's like the neighborhood that's like very trendy and known for a lot of good food places. And so it's like, hey, you know, you want to go check out this pizzeria spot? And they're like, yeah, sure. Afterwards, I'll be coming back home, and that's when I'll eat the cake with the family. And then on Sunday, my family is planning on either having an outing to a nice restaurant, or maybe we'll order food from home. So yeah, on the day of, I'll eat some pizza with some colleagues, and on the weekend, I'll do something with the family. Not sure what exactly, but we will figure it out. Okay, turns out, actually, like, just physically mixing the milk with the with the thingamabob was actually a better plan than actually using that thingy. So I think that that's fine. So let's move on to the next step. Add the milk and mix. Add the remaining dry ingredients and the Greek yogurt. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's add our remaining flour mixture. I won't disclose the location of the pizzeria because I don't want weird people finding me when I go there to have pizza tomorrow. But I will definitely be sharing pics of it. I did contemplate doing pizza on one of these streams, but the problem is that like the way that I currently have my current stream set up is that like I want to like spend a lot of time preparing a dish, and then I want to spend a lot of time actually baking the dish in the oven while I kind of go and do something else, which you'll see what that something else is in a bit. And the problem with pizza is it takes a little bit it's too quick to cook in the oven, to bake in the oven. And it's something that like you kind of want to pay attention to. You don't want to really be away from the oven while your pizza is being baked. And so it's not really a good choice for these kinds of streams. Maybe at some point in the future I'll figure something out. Greek yogurt. Okay. Greek yogurt I've actually kept in this little lunchbox with some ice just to make sure that it wouldn't spoil. How much Greek yogurt do we need again? We need half of a cup of Greek yogurt. Okay. And I think maybe I can just... It's a little bit tough to pour. Let me see here. Do I have... I want to see if I have a spoon that's sort of like... This spoon is mostly unblemished, but I'm going to grab a paper towel real quick, just so I can wipe it down. This is a water bottle that I have not used up until this point in the stream. I just have it on hand in case I need a little bit of water for something, or I just want to give myself some water because I'm parched. Nearly fell over, but I caught it at the last moment. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Just a little bit there, almost there. Yeah, I think that's about it. Okay, perfect. And we're going to use the scraper to get it all in there. Hold on a sec. I need to try my absolute hardest to get as much of this stuff in here. All right, and the yogurt is dealt with. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna grab the cover for the yogurt, which is right here. I'm gonna cover it, and we're gonna move the yogurt lunchbox over to the side where it is gonna be safe from everything else. All right, well, nothing else to do but continue to mix this up. Let's go. I'm going to start slow that first, just so that, again, we don't have flour flying everywhere. Let's go ahead. Let's use the scraper a little bit. All right, continue the mixing. Gonna do just one last thing of just scraping down on the sides, just to make sure there's no hidden pockets of flour that are gonna cause us any grief at the last minute, unexpectedly. And one final mix. And I think we are good. Okay. Let's see. First things first, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unplug these two little things right over here. And I'm gonna also put this down over here just temporarily. I'm gonna just scrape down any last bits of the mixture that are still clinging to these. Okay, I'm gonna put these in here, considering that that measuring cup is basically soiled at this point. In fact, I'll put that spoon in there and that knife in there as well, so we don't have to worry about it right now. Okay. What we're going to need to do now is we're going to need to, per the instructions, divide the batter evenly between the two prepared pans. Bake for 35 to 40 minutes until a toothpick inserted into the center of the cake comes out clean. To make our lives easier, what we're going to do is we're going to just remove a bunch of things from this section of the table just so that we can work a little bit more easily with the cake pans. Here we go. Just wiping that down. Okay. Got our cake pans. Now here's the thing. The instructions state that what we want to do is basically we want to grease these down with a non-stick spray, which we have, but I think that we can do ourselves a little bit better. And also this one is a little bit, there we go. I think we can do ourselves a little bit better. I have a little bit of parchment paper. So what we're going to do is we're going to make ourselves a nice big piece of parchment paper. And with the power of scissors, yes, that's right, the scissors, we are going to cut ourselves a circular hole, which we're going to put at the bottom. Because, like, the thing is like, I'm not necessarily going to have a lot of difficulty, like, unhinging the cake from the sides of these containers, but I'm definitely going to have a lot of difficulties, like, getting it to unstick from the bottom. And basically, the parchment paper will help tremendously in that regard. And there we go. It's a little bit, I mean, it's like a little bit too big for the size of the thing, but we'll be able to deal with that once we actually start putting it in. Yeah, same thing. We're going to just use the same one. They're both the same size, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Here we go. Almost there. Almost there. There we go. Okay. Gonna go ahead and we're gonna get this bad boy back in here. There we go. Problem is with these sorts of things, there tends to be leaks sometimes, so we got to be a little bit on the careful side. Okay, I'm just gonna slightly cut down some of the edges of these so that it fits a little bit better. Go. It's like one of those fit in the shape games that children and ravens apparently are very good at. I don't know if you knew this, but Those damn birds are really smart and really good at those games where you fit the shapes into things. Okay, I think that's about good. This one right here. Like, almost a perfect fit, which is amazing. I do want to just check real quick, though. Okay, nice. All right, I think that's about good enough. So that's taken care of. We will also, however, use a little bit of the non-stick spray just to make sure that we can, you know, get as much non-stickage in there. All right. Hope that's not too much. And a little bit for you. Okay, I think that's about good enough. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. Gotta go, and we gotta divide this batter as evenly as we can between these two pots. You know what? You know what? It just occurred to me. It just occurred to me. There's a not impossible chance that a very small amount might spill out. So I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make a little bed underneath these containers. So if some does spill out, at least it won't spill out onto the table. It'll spill out onto the paper towels. Okay. Let's give a little bit to this guy as well. We are definitely going to need to use the scraper a little bit with these guys. So there's a lot that is clinging to the inside of the bowl. What's tough is that this one is a little bit like more low to the ground, so it's actually a little bit hard to tell if I've like evenly distributed the amount of mixture that's in here or not. Okay, I think we're gonna need our scraper. Handy dandy scraper. Scraper, this guy's really been the real MVP of the show. Okay. Here we go. I'm trying to figure out, like, right now I only have like just a small pittance of the cake mixture left. I'm trying to figure out which one I should give more to. Fuck. There we go. And then I'll just, whatever rest I can scrape up, I'll put in here. Okay, it's probably not going to be perfectly even, but I mean, it doesn't really matter, honestly. All right, I'll just put this over here. Okay, let me grab paper towel real quick so I can wipe down my hand. Everything is in the bowls, and that means that... And I just went over to the ingredient book real quick to confirm. All we gotta do is put these bad boys in the oven, which is very exciting. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm going to switch to the BRB scene. I'm gonna go run upstairs, put these things in the oven, tout de suite, pronto. Tout de suite being right away in French. And then I will be back with our little in-between segment while we wait our 40 minutes for our batters to become cake. Be right back. I'll see you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alexander Kazina, but you already knew that because you are right now in the middle, halftime, midway Super Bowl segment of my stream where I wait 40 minutes for my dish upstairs to cook, and while that happens, I play myself a little Pokemon ROM hack. Yes, Yes, indeed. It is another Pokemon game. I couldn't keep myself away when I decided, you know what? I gotta go back to streaming. I gotta figure this shit out. I gotta do something with my own personal Twitch channel. It's like, it would be great to figure out a way to do Pokemon ROM hack playthroughs in addition to my cooking stuff. And it's like, you know what? I could do those both independently of each other. Or I could figure out a way to do them both at the same time. But before I get started with my video game, we got to do something very important. Our dish upstairs needs to cook for 40 minutes. And so let's set ourselves a little timer. And the little Pokeballs will go ahead and fall bit by bit into the vial. And gradually the time will fall. And when it eventually reaches 0, we will know that our cake is done. So, Pokemon Recharge Yellow. This is a basically like a Gen 3 style remake of Pokemon Yellow, made in the Pokemon Emerald engine with Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green sprites. I did a couple of rehearsal streams, and so I got a chance to check out the beginning of it a little bit, but I didn't really play that much of it because I didn't want to spoil myself too much to what it has in store. But I did play enough of it to get a bit of a tease of what to expect out of it. And let me tell you, there is some cool stuff in store. Let's go ahead and let's start our adventure. Of course, we will be playing a new game. Now, here's where things get interesting. As you can see right up front, we have a couple of different options that we can choose from. We have difficulty mode, we have challenges like Nuzlocke mode, level cap, extra experience. I think Nuzlocke is maybe a little bit too much of an ask of us, but I do think there is something to be said about perhaps bumping up the difficulty a little bit. I don't actually know what challenge mode entails. I actually have not really done my research in that regard. But I figure, why not? Let's throw a little caution to the wind. It's going to be a little bit under perhaps what Nuzlocke would be, and I think that's right where we want our difficulty level at. And so, of course, we have our, starting adventure little bit over here where we're going to speak to good old Professor Oak about what's up. Hello, glad to meet you. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Oak, something Professor. It's Charmander, but it's a new Charmander sprite that we've never seen before. Some people keep them as companions. Other people use them to assemble guns. Whoops, that's Pal World. Now, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself? Oops. Uh-oh. I was trying to choose the female version. Oh, well. One thing I don't like, we still only have 7 character spaces, which means that, we can't be Kozibear, so we're just gonna be Cozy. Right, so your name is Cozy. Yes, it is. Oh, you are Cozy, I remember now. This boy here is your friend and rival. You two grew up next door to each other. If anybody has any suggestions of what I should call the rival, sound them off in the chat. If there are no takers, I am going to call this guy... You know what? Love the fact that he subscribed with Prime a little bit earlier. But that Chad is always giving me a chip off the old block, so I'm going to call him Chad. I see. His name is Chad. Cozy. Your very own Pokemon tale is about to unfold. Yes, a world of dreams and adventures of Pokemon awaits. I will see you soon. It is currently 36 minutes and 47 seconds and counting down until when our cakes will be ready. Cozy, did you fall asleep again? What? It's not that bad? But look what time it is already. And of course we have to set our time. What time is it? It is 9:26, which you can see in the lower right corner of the stream, by the way. You wouldn't think it, but that implementing that little timer in the lower right corner of the screen took so much time. Oh my god, it was so infuriating. Yes. Mom, have you forgotten? You were supposed to receive your first Pokemon from Professor Oak today. Cozy, if you want to be a great trainer, you should be a little bit more responsible. Go see Professor Oak. He might still have a Pokemon for you. And here we go. But of course, Professor Oak is not going to be in his lab. Instead, he's going to be over here. Hey, wait, don't go out. Professor Oak's gonna have his big spiel about Pokemon that live in tall grass, but it's a plot twist. It is the alternate universe in which he encountered a random Pikachu on this route, which is very unusual. And is he going to be able to irresponsibly and illegally toss a Pokeball at this Pikachu and immediately be able to capture it? We'll see. Chad Mike Innes in the chat says, Mom, I'm 10 years old. It's your job to wake me up. I don't have a phone yet. That is a good point. I mean, but, you know, that's not exactly true nowadays, because a lot of the kids nowadays do have phones of their own. They do have all sorts of electronic devices, which is very scary. Here we go. And here we go. From what I remember, that's not how the Pikachu thing went in the original version of Pokemon Yellow White. That seems like an invention for Pokemon Recharged Yellow. All right, any takers for the nickname? I don't really... Usually what I like to do with these streams is I like to come up with some sort of... like theming for all the nicknames I give these guys. Chad says, that's true. My 5-year-old niece has an iPhone and she's savvy as hell. Even knows how to unsend text messages. My parents don't even know how to do that. Butt hugger is what Chad Michael has said. Okay, do I have enough spaces to do butt hugger? Let's see here. Oh no, I don't think I have. Do I? We'll find out. We'll find out together. It's like the end of Toy Story 2. Yeah, we do. And the game didn't stop me because I used a bad word. Now, where is that Chad? You two should have a friendly battle. He's very competitive. I'm sure you could learn something from him. I know. Why don't you tell your mom that you've got a Pokemon? Maybe by the time you tell her, Chad will have shown up. And here we go. We're going to chat with Mom. So, Professor Oak had a Pokemon for you. That's awesome, honey. Oh, and this is where we get our super running shoes. One of my favorite things about these ROM hacks is that they usually give you access to running shoes that you can use to go and run around indoors. Oh, am I mistaken? In fact, it is actually your mom that will give you the running shoes. And this actually, interestingly enough, this ROM hack will actually give you the option to auto run, but we're not going to use that because I prefer to hold down the button when I want to run. And there we go. All right, Professor. Let's have ourselves our Pokemon battle, will we? Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. I have to go and deliver the parcel first. All right. So this is the first time I've done in any of these streams that I've attempted a challenge version of this run. What I found when I was playing on normal difficulty is that the Pokemon that you encountered in the wild tended to be Pokemon that actually resisted Pikachu's electricity a lot and were a little bit on the stronger side. It also took a little while for Pikachu to level up. Well, the leveling up part is definitely true, but I will say that Pidgey died pretty quickly. Alright, Rattata is getting hurt a little bit. I do have a speed up option, by the way, on my controller. It's paired to the R2 button of the PS5 controller I'm using to control this. I think this guy will give me a potion. There we go. There we go. I will say, I'm really quite happy that in this version of the game, Pikachu is always all smiles whenever you try to talk to him. I remember in the original version of Pokemon, Yellow, it always seemed like whenever I would talk to Pikachu, he would just be angry and upset. Now, that could be because maybe I just wasn't caring for Pikachu very much, because in the original version of Pokemon Yellow, that game had like a very rudimentary version of like the happiness scale that you have in like the modern day Pokemon games, where like that, you know, the game would keep track of, you know, how well you treated Pikachu. So yeah, maybe I was just making Pikachu faint a lot, making him do a lot of things that he didn't love doing. But like, come on, Pikachu, grow up a little bit. Grow up. Ah. I like the Pidgey sprite, by the way. It seems like it's pretty much... I don't know, are these all new sprites for this particular ROM hack? I don't really know off the top of my head. I feel like they maybe could be sprites that come from like a Pokemon game that I'm just not as familiar with, or maybe they're like Pokemon sprites taken from like an older game and then like just made a little bit nicer and prettier for this, like from like a Gen 2 game. That seems possible. Okay, here we go. We gotta deliver our parcel. Ooh, here we go. Thank you, sir. And there we go. Our parcel is delivered, which means that we are going to go ahead and return to Pallet Town. We should probably use the chance to level up a little bit over here. I won't go out of my way to avoid the grass. Actually, if I go on the left side, I probably will get an item, so I should probably backtrack a little bit. Oh, wait, no items? Oh, I thought for sure I was going to get an item. And goodbye to Pidgey. Seems like my speed up is actually not working right now. I've decided, you know what, I might as well start using it with this encounter. It's probably something I'll have to remap when I'm off stream. It's not a big deal, though. Especially during these early battles, you know, when we're still not fully used to the adventure that we've embarked on. It's not a big deal if we, you know, take the long way around and show every single frame of us frying these Pidgeys. We are currently at 28 minutes and 9 seconds until our cakes are ready. Oh, here we go, a Bellsprout. A little unexpected. It's kind of cool because I actually like Bellsprout and his evolutionary line a lot, and I feel like growing up, I didn't really get much of a chance to encounter and raise them a whole lot, because usually I typically tended to have Pokemon Fire Red when I was growing up. I didn't have Leaf Green. And so those Pokemon are like kind of like semi-exotic to me even today. But yeah. All right, and here we go. Butt Hugger leveled up to level 7. I'm going to go ahead. I don't know if we will be healed before our rival fight, so I'm going to actually speak with Mom real quick. See if she can heal us up a little bit. All right, here we go. Cozy handed over Oak's parcel and TM27, which is, of course, the TM for return. In fact, you know what? I should probably... I know Pikachu might not necessarily be the best Pokemon to teach that move to, but I might as well do it actually right after the battle. Just so that I, you know, have that option whenever I'm battling any of those annoying grass Pokemon out in the wild. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do it right now. Kind of would have liked it if I had had, like, access to, like, just a TM section of the bag, but, yeah, not an option, it seems. All right, here we go. Rival time. Ooh, is that a level 5 Eevee? I am sorry, but I'm afraid that that is just not good enough. Not by our standards. It's a little bit harder to see on the stream right now, but something that really bugs me is that Eevee's mouth is straight up just a like red cross. Like it's straight up just like, yeah, horizontal, vertical, just like a like red blob of a cross, and it's a little annoying. I don't know, something about it bugs me. Wow, amazing. Usually this would be when you would level up for the first time, but yeah, I'm at level 7, so the experience points just didn't work out that way. Before I head on my way, real quick, I just want to talk to some of these scientist peoples and see if they have any... Yeah, don't really have a whole lot to say. All right. This is the technology is incredible, dude. All right. Last thing, I'm just going to heal up Pikachu a little bit. And we are going to head out into the grass. We now have the ability to actually capture a lot of these Pokemon with Pokeballs, so I should probably take advantage of it. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed it, but the game actually changes times in response to what time it is in-game. So right now, it's like a little bit darker out in the overworld and in the battle scene that you see right here, because we set the time to be very late at night. Let's use Return. We gotta... If I use Thundershock, it will instantly kill it, so... A good thing about having Pikachu, by the way, is Pikachu actually knows Static, which is, you know, not exactly considered the most powerful ability of all time, but it's actually a very useful ability for capturing Pokemon and incapacitating Pokemon, especially this early on in a Pokemon campaign. Another thing that I appreciate, another little quality of life improvement, is this game brought forth the quality of life improvement that was introduced in like Gen 5 or 6, where when you capture a Pokemon, you will get the experience points you would have gotten when you beat that Pokemon, which is really nice. Pidgey, a common sight in forests and woods. It flaps its wings at ground level to kick up blinding sand. Ooh. Give a nickname to the captured Pidgey. As usual, if anybody wants to throw anything out, I am more than happy to hear. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call this guy... Papa Flappy. Oh, will I have enough characters for that? Hold on a second. Alright, it's just going to be Papa Flappy with 1 P. There we go. And who are we going to encounter now? It's going to be another Pidgey. I'm pretty close to leveling up, so I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to electroshock this guy. We are now at 22 minutes and 18 seconds before our cakes are done and baked through, which is exciting. Oh shit, I just realized. We have ourselves a Bellsprout on our hands. I should probably use Return, see if I can slightly reduce its hit points. In fact, I think Thundershock will actually do more damage. It's around the same. Ooh, here we go. Static. This will all but guarantee that we'll be able to capture this dude, which is exciting. I just need to pray that we don't crit. There we go. Alright, guys. Bottoms up. And as usual, if anybody in the chat has a proposal of what we want to call this dude, by all means, let me know. And I will Christian him said name unless it's especially offensive or bad. Ooh, here we go. Now we actually know how to use Thunder Wave, which is actually a very useful move because it means we don't need to rely on static. A carnivorous Pokemon that traps and eats bugs. It appears to use its root feet to replenish moisture. Give a nickname to the captured Bellsprout. Why, yes, I think I'm going to call Bellsprout Jules. Jules. Every day's great at your Jules. It's a little Persona reference. That's not really a Persona reference because I changed the name. I'm trying to avoid copyright infringement like Pal World. Okay. After we head into Viridian, we will head west. In that particular route, oh, I just forgot. We have Rattata. I mean, I'm definitely going to put Rattata in the party, but I don't think that I'm going to ever actually use him. But you never know. There could be some weird, unexpected moment where Rattata really proves himself. And I decide, you know what? This Rattata, he's worth bringing along. Bites anything when it attacks. Small and very quick, it is a common sight in many places. Give a nickname to the captured Rattata. Why, yes, I think I'm going to call him Daryl. In honor of Daryl from The Walking Dead, who appears in Death Stranding 2 on the beach. You know what? You know what's funny? I just realized right now, you know what's funny about Death Stranding 2 on the beach, that title? I mean, not only is it a weird title to begin with, just on the beach, because you typically think of beaches and you think of, like, you know, summer fun and sunshine and hanging out and doing crap. It also sounds an awful lot, and stick with me on this because this is a weird reference, so stick with me on this. It sounds an awful lot like Mannequin 2 on the move. Mannequin 1, a like canon film classic. It's like a comedy or a rom-com or something about a mannequin that comes to life. And they're like, we got to make a Mannequin 2 because of course you got to make a Mannequin 2. What are we going to call Mannequin 2? Why, of course, we're going to call it Mannequin 2 on the move. Like simultaneously the dumbest yet most brilliant subtitle ever for the name of a sequel. All right. Now, of the 3 Pokemon I just captured, Pidgeot, Jules, the Bellsprout, and the Rattata, whose name I forget, Daryl the Rattata. Of those 3 guys, Jules is the only one I'm actually interested in using, so this is why I'm going out of my way to fight Rattata a little bit. Ooh, here we go. I got full experience points from that. It's because he was able to knock him out by himself. I'm probably going to have to switch out to Pikachu, but he will level up. Oh, shit. Mankey. You know what? It's been a little while that I've actually used a Mankey in one of these games. Maybe I should consider capturing him, actually. Let's see here. I'm going to use Thunder Wave. And then I will use Return. As usual, if anybody has any suggestions of what I should call this here Mankey that I'm about to capture, by all means, let me know. This is a story, I'm pretty sure that I've told this story on a past Pokemon stream, or maybe on a episode of Press YYZ or Respawning Fire, or one of the many podcasts I've been on over the years. One of the first shiny Pokemon that I ever captured was a shiny Mankey on this route. It was like a real close call situation where it was like my last Pokeball. I encountered him on this very route very early on in the game, and I was incredibly lucky and I captured him. Evolved into a Primeape, a shiny Primeape, had him on my party. I made the boneheaded decision to start a new game because back in the day, I had so few video games to play. I was like, well, all I can do is just restart my Pokemon Fire Red save. I'm going to lose my shiny in the process. But I so desperately just want to, have another round of Pokemon Fire Red from start to finish. And so I did that, lost my shiny Primeape. Years later, completely on a lark, completely unconnected to this, I was playing Pokemon Ultra Sun. I want to say it was Ultra Sun. Walking through a route where there's Mankeys, encounter a shiny Mankey, and I'm like, holy shit. This right here is my shiny totem Pokemon. I will say, in the grand scheme of shiny Pokemon appearances, Shiny Mankey and Shiny Primeape, they don't exactly look that amazing. They're kind of... They have this like greenish tinge going on. It's not like they're all like incredibly like vibrantly green. It's like they have this greenish tinge. They don't look that pretty, but I'm still incredibly fond of them both for that reason. And I actually just realized when I eventually get Pokemon Scarlet and or Violet, I can actually transfer my Shiny Primeape from Pokemon Sun, Moon, whatever game it's in right now, and I can actually evolve it into an Annihilape. A shiny Annihilape. So that's actually going to be really cool. Extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment, then thrashing away the next instance. Ooh. Give a nickname to the captured Mankey. We're going to call this guy Mank. In honor of Mank, the guy that movie was named after. Okay. We're going to go ahead and I still want to continue to level up Bellsprout and Mankey a little bit. So I'm actually going to head back to the Pokemon Center. I'm going to heal up our Pokes a little bit. And then we're going to head back in the opposite direction. So that we can eventually battle our rival. Real quick. I'm getting a little bit parched. I talked a lot there. I'm going to have myself a little water. There we go. Here we go. Come on, be something good. Be something good. Ooh, Rattata. Jules can definitely take this guy on. I will say, don't love it when you capture a Pokemon and literally all it has is one move, in this case, just Vine Whip. It would be good, I suspect this is not going to be the case, but if Jules learned a new move at level 6, that would be incredibly convenient, and then I would temporarily put a pause on leveling him up. Mankey. By the way, I just realized we're back to Gen 3 rules for what's considered physical and special because Jules the Bellsprout's Vine Whip, which normally would be a physical move, okay, perfect, growth. Vine Whip would be considered a physical move from Generation 4 onward, but in Generation 3, it's a special move. So that's something to definitely consider. It's a little annoying that Mank does not have any fighting moves, but a level 2 Rattata is actually kind of the perfect thing for it to fight right now. I love Mank's back sprite, by the way. Just a little ball of a monkey. It is currently... we currently have 12 minutes and 21 seconds remaining on the timer. I'm trying my hardest to see if I can smell the cake from upstairs. I can't really smell it, but I assure you, I'm very confident that if I were to go upstairs, it would probably be... the smell would probably be very... I'm trying to think pungent, but pungent sounds so, like, negative. Like, oh, it's like a pungent, smelly bag of garbage. What am I trying to say? Anyways. Oh, we are in trouble. All right. We got to pray to God that this Pokeball captures it, because if not, it is going to kill Mank, and that's not going to be good. Yes! Congratulations to Mank, who just leveled up. What is Mank going to learn? Nothing. But we did catch a Spearow. Eats bugs in grassy areas. It has to flap its short wings at high speed to stay airborne. Okay. Well, what an incredibly compelling Pokemon. And so you know what I'm going to call this dude? I'm going to call this dude Dirk. Dirk the Spearow. A compelling name for a compelling Pokemon. Whoops. I'm probably going to want to just swap out to Pikachu. Make my life easier. By the way, I don't want to be, you know, tooting my own horn too much, but I do hope that you guys like the little Pokeball timer thingamabob that I have going on here. Man, I gotta say, earlier on in the stream, I was like, you have no idea how much time I spent working on the timer in like the, not timer, but like the time display thing in like the bottom right corner of the stream. If you think, imagine how much time I spent working on that little like time display thing in the bottom right corner of the screen, and now multiply that by 100 when it comes to the Pokeball thing. It didn't take all the time in the world, but oh man, like the little motion of like the Pokeball falling into the vial, there is no like physics simulation stuff in Twitch. I had to entirely like hand code, if that makes any sense, like the way that it like falls down. It was a lot. Chad Michaelinus in the chat says, intense, aromatic, pungent is a strong smell or taste which is applicable. Putrid is a strong smell of rotting flesh. So maybe that's what you were thinking of. I think aromatic is what I was going for. I think that's gonna be the key deciding word in this particular instance. And Chad also says 100% noticed the rolling ball and thought that must have that's dope. It must have taken forever. It was a lot of work. If now, like, you can now go back and you can listen to the past month's worth of episodes of Respawning Fire and understand the state of stress that I was under in those episodes. Whenever I would come on and be like, hey guys, I wish I could say that I've been playing a whole lot, but it's largely just been me playing a few minutes of Signalis here and there and working on the stream setup, and oh boy, I'm dead tired. Like, look at this stream setup and put it in context, because this stream setup explains why I was that tired and cagey during those streams. But I think that the final product is worth it. I think, you know, I got it, by the way, real quick. So it seems like the in-game time in the game is not really like corresponding to what time it is right now, because right now it's 10:21 p.m. But it seems like right now that the time in game is like jumped up ahead to like, so it's now like early or middle of the day. For a very brief second, I was like, wait a minute, is that a shiny Mankey? Because shiny Mankey is kind of green looking, but it seems like in fact that's just the it's just whatever like filter the game applies to make it look like it's earlier in the morning. It's not actually shiny. But yeah, going back to the Pokeball timer thing, like, it took me a long time to really kind of like finesse its appearance, and there was a period of time where I was really concerned that it was just going to come across as like, that's an interesting idea, but it looks a little awkward, it looks a little weird. But I feel like I was able to finesse it to a point where it actually looks pretty solid. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna have one more encounter with Mankey, and then I'm gonna switch to Pikachu. You know what I think, actually, I'm realizing right now, I think what's going on is I think the game might just apply slightly lighter and darker hues to the Pokemon that you encounter in the wild, just so that they all look and feel a little distinct from each other. I think that's what's going on. But I do think that the whole day-night system is an influence as well on what's going on. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna bring good old Butt Hugger over to the front of the party. Let's see, we currently have 6 minutes and 25 seconds left. I suspect it probably won't take that much time. But it would be good if we could take on and defeat the second rival fight before we have to go upstairs and check up on our cakes. So let's try to aim to do that. Excuse me. Hold on, I'm gonna grab some more water. All right, we're gonna go have ourselves a quick little R&R at the Pokemon Center. We're gonna heal our Pokemon, and then we're gonna return to our rival, and we're gonna ensure that we are not taken down. If it seems like I'm being a little bit overly cautious right now, it's only because there was a past Pokemon Nuzlocke challenge that I did many years ago. Probably not years ago. It's probably like a year ago. I believe it was Pokemon... What was it? It was some Pokemon game where, like, it was within the Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green overworld. And, like... There was something... I was too underleveled. I fought the rival, and he just completely annihilated me right off the bat. It was really sad and really frustrating. Alright, well, so much for worrying. Look at this scrub. Look at this absolute just swine of a human being that doesn't even know his hand from his ass. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna switch in Mank to finish off this Pidgey. Wow, he actually missed. And look at that, Mank leveled up. Congratulations to Mank, who learned his first fighting type move. You know what? This is a perfect opportunity to let low kick go to town. Oh shit. Wow, that is not very powerful. I'm going to switch into Jules. Maybe Jules will have a little bit more luck. Ooh, that quick attack is hurting me a lot. Alright, well, I weakened him up enough. I'm sure that Pikachu can take care of the rest from here. Come on, Come on, Pikachu. Hey, you, Pikachu. I know you can do it, Pikachu. Oh, fuck. Alright, we're gonna use Thunder Wave. Aw, come on! Fuck, I just paralyzed him. Oh, fuck. Alright. We gotta figure out how to beat him with the other Pokemon in our party. I just realized. Okay, I'm gonna start with some of the other Pokemon because Eevee still does have quick attack technically. Oh my god. I want to hold Mank until the very end. Oh shit. Alright. I think that Dirk can actually seal the deal. This has unexpectedly become a very thrilling final battle. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Is it really going to come down to the final... Oh my fucking god. Oh my... I literally spent like 17 minutes just fucking grinding out levels with Pikachu only to get taken down by this butt-fucking Eevee who's gonna use some fucking quick attack bullshit and instantly kill me. Fuck. Alright, everybody. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. Ah! To add insult to injury, I don't even get a chance to re-battle him. He just goes on his way. That fucking battle is bullshit. That battle is absolute bullshit. I'm definitely never capturing an Eevee for the rest of this run. I'm gonna kill every Eevee I see. Alright, we currently got about a minute left. Let's go ahead. We're going to head north to Viridian Forest, just so that we have a bit of a leg up for when we eventually do our next stream where we make a little bit more progress. And yeah. Rattata may be small, but don't underestimate its wicked bite. Are you going to Viridian Forest? It's a natural maze in there. Be careful you don't something something. Right, and so this area has a lot of bug-type Pokemon. You know what? We got about 30 seconds left. We're going to capture this Caterpie, and we will close out this segment. Come on, Caterpie. Choose a move that's a little bit faster. Chad Mike in the chat says, I'm on the road to Viridian City is the most slapping song in all of Pokemon history. Oh shit, timer's up. Timer's up. We're going to capture this Caterpie, we're going to nickname him something, and we are going to go upstairs. And I agree, by the way, that is a slapping song, but it's been a while that I've heard it. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. We're going to call this dude Jarek. And let's go ahead and let's save our game. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead, go upstairs, bring my cakes back down here for us to work on them. I'll be back in just a bit. back at it like a bad habit. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alexander Kazina, and I've just been informed that Chad Michael Innes is heading out to see a movie, but he's going to leave the stream on the TV for Atreus, his dog. Feel free to call his name out, and I'll check the cameras later and see what he did. Atreus! We'll find out what that did. As you can see before you, we have two very nicely cooked, or rather nicely baked golden cakes. I'm just going to very lightly touch the tops of them. Feel very firm. They feel very good. They're a little bit cracked, but I mean, that's not a big deal at the end of the day. Because, of course, these cakes are going to be covered in a lot of frosting and also cut down a little bit so that they can be made a little bit more shapely. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab our cookbook real quick. All right. Let's see what it has to say. Once the cake layers have fully cooled, we're going to level both layers by slicing off the rounded top of the cake with a serrated knife. Place one of the layers on a serving plate. Using a spatula, add a generous portion of frosting to the top. That's after we make the frosting. So what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and we're actually going to take them out of their bundt pans, partially at least. The bundt pans are still very hot, so we're going to be very careful. There we go. There we go. Look at that. It's a little bit... Oh, hold on a second. It's... This side of it is trying to cling on a little bit. There we go. And it's not too burnt at all. I was a little concerned that, like, you know, because there's like a little bit of buffer between us putting the thing in the oven and then us coming downstairs to the Pokemon part of the stream. But yeah, it seems like that was just the right amount of time. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just temporarily schlep this over here. And with this guy, we're going to do the same thing. Just very carefully. Open this up. And there we go. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. And now... we actually are going to want to grab ourselves a knife. In fact, I'll grab the serrated knife that we're going to use later when we cut off the tops of them. We're just going to see, can we actually... Yes, we can. We can lift it up because, of course, we put the piece of parchment paper underneath them. Very nice. Very nice. You know what we can do? I just realized something. We have over here in this corner, hold on, let me bring in the full top-down view so you have as much, whoops, seems like there is something going on with the buttons. Seems like the full top-down view does not want to come in now. Why is that? Something that I'll have to figure out later. Well, it doesn't matter because we can certainly make do with the current setup that we have right now. This is the thingamabob that we're going to be putting the cakes on at the very end when we decorate it with frosting and such. Let me just move this out of the way. I was thinking, you know what I should do is I should temporarily take it off of the hot surface that's on right now and put it on this much cooler surface where hopefully it will be able to cool off a lot quicker. I'm going to move this out of the way. And this right here is, I'm assuming, going to be the same situation. Come on. Oh, hold on a sec. We probably can't fit both of them on, so I'll have to put this on something else. There we go. You know what? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to just put this out of the way temporarily as well. And I'm going to suspend this cake half between these two hot plates. There we go. So it can be nice and aerated. And so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this one out of the way. Over here. This place that you cannot see it. And same thing for this one. I'm going to put this out of the way as well. Be very careful. I don't accidentally drop it. Oops, almost jinxed myself there. Okay, that's taken care of. I'm just going to take a moment to wipe up a little bit of the residue that's on the table. And with that taken care of, we can actually bring our cookbook back onto the table, which is definitely much appreciated. Okay, let's see. So, before we get to the assembly part, we have to make the frosting. Here's what it has to say. In a bowl or a stand mixer, or rather in the bowl of a stand mixer, combine the mascarpone cheese and seeds of the vanilla bean and mix together on medium until well mixed. While the mixer is running, add the vanilla extract half and half and heavy cream. Then gradually add the confectioner's sugar and whip until stiff peaks form. About 5 minutes. I just realized I have all of these ingredients ready to go. But they're actually, I forgot, I should have taken them downstairs in their little refrigerated bag while I was retrieving the cake things, but I was a little bit too squarely focused on the cake things. This is a total non sequitur, but I have these little cola gummies that I actually had prepared for the stream. Let me grab a couple of these and have them as a reward for getting this far. Hey, Adam Gumby in the chat says, loving that apron. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And welcome to Kozibear's Cooking, Season 4. Orion Scott Babe, Gummy Colas. Yeah, I didn't even really think about that. Initially, my plan was I wanted to use these Gummy Colas with the cake frosting in some way, but I wasn't able to really think of a good way I could do that. Something to figure out for the future. I probably won't use it with this cake thing. All right. I'm going to be right back very quick. I'm going to go grab the refrigerated ingredients and we will be whipping up some icing for ourselves. I come bearing news. A moment ago, I was wondering why it is that some of my buttons weren't working on my Stream Deck, and I realized that the reason why was because there is a program that I use, a program that I discovered just recently called StreamerBot. Yeah, a lot of the kind of YouTubers that are big into that kind of like super techie, streamy stuff, like Nutty, for example, have been yelling from the heavens about it for a while now. For whatever reason, a StreamerBot, a very reliable app, typically doesn't randomly conk out in the middle of streams, for whatever reason, StreamerBot randomly conked out in the middle of the stream at some point ago. So now, if I go ahead and I press the full top-down button, it will finally work because I turned on StreamerBot when I realized that it had been randomly turned off. Okay, let's go ahead and let's make our frosting. Now, earlier, we used this big bowl right over here to make our, what you might want to call it. Basically like our dry mixture. And I'm thinking, you know what? Considering that this particular bowl is not tainted by any eggs or any things that you would rather have baked, I think it'll be a-okay if we give this bowl a quick little clean down. I think it would be a little on the irresponsible side if we just used up 3 different bowls. I think that considering that this bowl only has a very light amount of residue in it, it'll probably be totally fine if we just do a little bit of quick cleaning, and then we will be good to go. Hold on a sec. Yes, indeed, Adam, it is fancy. And let me tell you, think about how much time it took me to set up all those transitions. Multiply that time by 1,000,000, you got maybe half of the amount of time it took me to set up those transitions. It took a while, but I think the effects speak for themselves. Combine the mascarpone cheese and seeds from the vanilla bean, mix together on medium until well mixed. Okay, so a couple of things here. The recipe calls for 2 cups of mascarpone cheese. Now, we have our mascarpone cheese right over here. But problem is that I don't think this actually contains 2 cups. When I purchased it in the store, it said that 475 grams, which is what this container contains, is like 1 cup and like 5% of another cup. It's like a little bit under. And so for that reason, we might need to kind of substitute a little bit of our mascarpone with some sort of replacement. But I think I have exactly what we need for that. Adam Gumby says, you be putting that work in. It looks great on stream though, so worth it. Thank you. Yeah, I think it really is worth it. So real quick. Just gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna, this is a like 95% clean knife, and I'm just gonna wipe off a little bit of extra residue that I noticed was on it. Where is, here we go. There we go. And so what we're gonna do is in this clean measuring cup, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna put 1 cup, and then we will see if we can measure out to a 2nd cup. And if we can't measure out to a 2nd cup, we will make the replacement that I discussed earlier. Also, 10:48 right now. This is going to be... What's funny is, like, this is the first episode of this season, and this is definitely going to be by far the longest episode of the show at the rate at which we're going. Because, I mean, we've made good progress. We baked our cakes, but we still have some shit to do, let me tell you. Also, I might be mistaken. I think we might actually have enough cups of mascarpone without needing to rely on a replacement. We shall certainly see. If we don't have to rely on a replacement, that's actually ideal, because this stuff is very expensive, and the process of making the replacement is like kind of cumbersome. Adam Gumby says, you making a whole cake. You'd make great time if this was a time competition by now. Yeah, that'd be an interesting idea for a future stream, like a competition of some sort. I don't know who I would compete against. Because like I wouldn't want to compete against like one of like the super uber popular cooking people on YouTube, because I feel like they would go very hard and I wouldn't be quite on their level. We would need someone who's like a little bit more, you know, on my level of like a like semi-pro home cook kind of dude that's more into the tech side of things and the cooking side of things. But I like to cook as well, but it's, you know, more about the taste than the sheer art of it, I guess. If that makes any sense. Okay, we got our cup. Sorry, it took a little while to get the mascarpone in there. Hey, mascarpone. You make a cake, Ryan Scott makes an egg. Who wins? Oh, shit. Man. We should definitely... I would love to bring back the comedy button just to ask Ryan Scott if he could explain how eggs are made, because I would be fascinated to learn what his answer is. Okay, come on. Just get a little bit more mascarpone residue out of here, and then we'll start our measurement of our next cup. By the way, those gummy colas, surprisingly great. I actually prefer them to the Haribo gummy colas. All right. Second cup of the mascarpone. I think it's going to be very, very borderline. Or maybe not. We'll see. It could be that, like, normally 475 grams for most foods is, like, just a little bit under a cup, but mascarpone is, like, you know, fluffy enough of a food that, like, it's actually just enough to make 2 cups. Speaking of the comedy button, Scott Bromley got another kid. Like, the guy's, like, entire kind of history of doing the comedy button is he's like, man, I really want a lot of kids, but Stacy says that we can't have any kids. And then he had a kid, and I was like, okay, cool, you finally got your wish. And now he has another one. Incredible. Well, I think we actually... I think that with the extra little bit of mascarpone that's on the edges of this thing, I think we can actually extract 2 cups from it, which is great. I thought for sure we were going to have to use some sort of substitute mixed together from some of the other ingredients that I have on hand, but we actually got our 2 cups in there, which is great. Let me just, I might as well, I can see there's a few pockets here and there. Now that I'm realizing that it basically was just the entire container, I probably should have, in retrospect, just used the entire container right off the bat and not measured it out, but I had no way of knowing, so. Something to learn from for the future, I guess. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move this empty container over here. Let it cool. All right. Let's get the rest of this shit in here. Campo63 says, now I want cake. Man, the place that we're going to be staying at in Boston seems pretty nice. If we had like an entire like oven and shit in our thing, which maybe it does, I've not really checked, but if it does, I would almost consider baking something there. But I also know we'll probably want to eat out a little bit and try some of the local eats, because it's not like it's every day that you're in town. Come on. All right. I think that's the end of the mascarpone. Again, this would have been a lot easier if I had just dunked the whole container into the bowl, but I didn't really know ahead of time that that was the right course of action. Adam Gumby says, Cozy cooks at PAX. Hell yeah. Again, maybe it'll happen. We'll see. It might, if we do it, it might be something like, maybe like cookies, for example. Campo63 says, the Boston place looks a little small, but it is hard to tell from the pictures. Probably won't be there too much anyways, which is true. Okay. Now, for the next ingredient, it says that we need a vanilla bean. Seeds, scraped, and pod discarded. So, for that particular thing, I actually went to a grocery store that we have here in Montreal called Bulk Barn. Bulk Barn is the kind of place that sells a lot of those kinds of ingredients. They sell a lot of like seed pods. They sell a lot of like weird like flowers in bulk. I went there fully expecting I'd be able to find myself a vanilla bean, and they were like, no, we don't have any vanilla beans. And so I was like, all right, I didn't want to like initially just resort to immediately using more vanilla extract, but if you guys don't have vanilla bean, probably better to do just that. So I did a little bit of digging online, and what I was able to ascertain, I'm just resorting to my phone right now because that's where I wrote some of these notes down, is that if we're trying to use one vanilla bean, or get the equivalent of one vanilla bean using vanilla extract, we need between 2 teaspoons and 1 tablespoon of vanilla extract. 1 tablespoon being equivalent to 3 teaspoons. So basically between 2 and 3 teaspoons. So let's go ahead and let's grab our measuring spoons. I'm thinking probably the best course of action here will be probably just to split the difference. If it's saying between 2 and 3 teaspoons, probably best to just do 2.5 teaspoons. And there we go. That is all she wrote. So after we've added in the mascarpone and vanilla, mix together on medium until well mixed. While the mixer is running, add the vanilla extract. Oh, so we have to add even more vanilla extract. I completely forgot about this. It says 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. Okay, interesting. So 2 teaspoons in addition to what we already added. Okay. Well, let's just go ahead and we'll start by mixing up what we have here already. You know what would be good? You know what? I was initially going to use... Let me grab a fork. I have a fork around here. Initially, I was going to use a hand mixer, but I realized that the mixing thingies that I have are kind of caked, quite literally, in the residue of when I made the main cake batter. So let's just... I have a fork right here that's like 99% clean, and I'm just going to wipe it down real quick to make sure we don't have any lingering egg on it out of risk of, you know, salmonella or what have you. Okay, so we're gonna give this a shot. Oh, okay, this is actually not that bad at all. I thought it was gonna be I thought mixing up the mascarpone with the fork was going to be like a real arduous process, but it's actually totally okay. Okay, so we've mixed that up a little bit. Let's see, when the mixer's running, add the vanilla extract, half and half, and heavy cream. You know what, let's go with the half and half and heavy cream first. We'll start with the heavy cream. The heavy cream is also in the little cooler pack that I have down here. In fact, you know what, I'm going to actually move the whole milk that I have. I'm going to put it back in the cooler pack so we can keep it nice and cool as well. There we go. All right, let's see here. We're gonna need 3/4 of a cup of heavy cream. Perfect. There we go. Use our knife to just scrape as much of the remaining heavy cream and, you know, some of the remaining mascarpone residue in here. Campo63 in the chat says, today I learned what mascarpone is. Well, hey, you learn something new every day. And they said that Kozibear's Cooking was not going to be an educational show, but they were wrong. All right. And let's see here. I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to mix this up real quick. We're not going to be able to mix it up enough that we will be able to form stiff peaks, but might as well just make it at least cohesive. A nice cohesive mixture. All right. Next up, we got the half and half that we're going to want to add to this. Now, the half and half, I figured, you know what? I've made recipes in the past where I've used like a substitute for half and half rather than buying half and half directly at the grocery store. So I'm going to do that the same as well here. It says that if we want to make a full cup of half and half, we need 3/4 of a cup of whole milk and 1/4 of a cup of heavy whipping cream. And we need exactly 3/4 of a cup of half and half. So, yeah, I guess what we'll do is we'll just fill it up to a full cup, and then we will, I guess, not use all of it. So, we're going to put 1/4 of a cup of heavy whipping cream in here. And there we go. And we're going to, put this bad boy back in our refrigerated bag. And we're gonna fill up the rest of the way with our whole milk. Ooh, that was tougher than it looked. Let's go back to our stream. Adam Gumby, it's good ass cheese, best ass cheese. It's very good cheese, but it's also very expensive as well. That's the thing is earlier when I was saying like, oh man, I don't know if I might necessarily, have enough mascarpone. I think I might need to make a substitute. I was saying that in part because like I could have actually gotten more mascarpone from the store, but it's so expensive. And so I was just kind of like, I might as well just get one tub of this and I'll make like whatever remaining stuff I don't have using substituted ingredients. All right, so we got to pour in, just to reconfirm, 3/4 of a cup of half and half. So we are going to, this is a full cup, so that means we're basically going to pour it until we only have 1/4 remaining. Okay, we're about a third. Come on, we got to get down to a fourth. No, we got to do a little bit more. Okay, how's this? Yeah, there we go. All right, so we got our half and half in there. I don't know what we'll do with the remaining half and half. We'll figure something out. And what's next? Vanilla extract, half and half, and heavy cream. And okay, interesting. Vanilla extract. Right, so we'll go ahead and we'll add our remaining 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract now. Put a little bit less because we already used a couple of teaspoons of the stuff. Okay. Here we go. There's the bottle cap. All right, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to, once again, just mix this up a little bit so we can have ourselves a nice cohesive mixture. All right, looks good, looks good. So now that we've managed to mix all those ingredients together, it says we then have to gradually add the confectioner's sugar and whip until stiff peaks form, about 5 minutes. You know what? I think the best course of action to do here, so as to not be wasteful and use more cups than we need to, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to dump this real quick. And then I'm going to return and I'm going to use this to measure out the sugar. I'll go ahead and I'll bring in a full view of the top-down camera for you to look at while I dump it. You might remember from previous seasons of Kozibear's Cooking that I used to have a sync camera, and I briefly considered implementing one here. However, I decided not to at the last minute because, number one, the sync that we have here is a little bit on the dirty side, but also, too, it was just a lot of time and effort. Maybe if the people really want to see the return of the sync camera, I might bring it back in the future. All right. Our thing has been dumped, and so I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to wipe down the cup. Oh, and by the way, in the ingredients, it says that we also need to add in half a teaspoon of salt as well. I guess to give it a little bit of that, you know, je ne sais quoi. So we're going to have to go ahead and add in that half teaspoon. We'll do it right now. There's the half teaspoon. And now the confectioner's sugar. We need to add in a total of 3 cups of this stuff. So we are going heavy duty with the confectioner's sugar. All right, how much is this? This might be, it's a little bit over. I want to be as precise as possible, so I'm just gonna put it back until we got ourselves about a good cup. All right, it's a little bit under, but we can work back up to there. All right. There we go. We got ourselves cup number 2. Here we go. Final Cup. Sequel to Final Cut Pro. All right. Come on. Come on. This bag is so finicky. All right, we got a little bit more that we got to fill up in the bag, but we got ourselves another thing of this here sugar. I just realized something. I've been saying, man, I guess I'll just have to whip this up with my fork, and I had forgotten that we actually have an electric hand mixer. Not this one. We're talking about this thing right over here. Completely forgot about it. I was like, oh yeah, I should probably have something like this so that I can mix up the frosting. Let's go ahead and let's connect this thing and set it up. And in fact, while I'm doing that, I'll also move the other electric mixer out of the way, seeing as how we don't need it anymore. So I'm going to get a little bit in there to make up for the first cup lacking in a little bit. Adam Gumby says heavy duty. Oh man. Oh man, you have no idea. All right. There we go. We should probably get a little bit off of this fork right now. Come on, guys. You can do it. Okay, and that is scraped up enough. Going back to the making the frosting, we need to, it says gradually add in the confectioner's sugar, but that was not going to work. And whip until stiff peaks form about 5 minutes. Okay, so we're in it for the long haul, I guess. We're going to start on the slowest difficulty. Sorry if it's a little bit on the loud side. You let me know if it's a little bit loud, and I can always deafen the microphone. See, it's 11:13, so at around 11:17, our frosting should be good. Kenneth says, cue the Home Depot music. You know what? I don't know how this sounds on mic. I'm actually going to go ahead. I'm just going to mute my mic temporarily, just so that you don't have like the annoying sounds of the blender coming in and out. Just temporarily. I've come to the realization that I don't think this is working. It doesn't seem like stiff peaks are really forming. I think I have a hunching suspicion that I think I gotta actually just take this by hand with the fork. And if the fork doesn't work, then I think I'm gonna have to switch to the other thing that I was using earlier. I'll probably have to just clean the things, take a quick break to clean the things. All right. Let's see. It's 11:18, 11:21. We'll take a break and see how we're doing. Oh. Oh man, my arm is getting tired. Hey! Somebody redeemed the Torchic point reward. I hope you like that. That's a new feature. All those new point rewards are new features that I implemented in this stream. Thank you to Jacob McCourt. There's some other fun ones waiting in there for you to discover as well. Hey! Campo63 redeemed Go Flygon. This mixture is definitely getting thicker, but it's not quite at stiff peak territory yet. Let's see. Got about like another minute and a half. Oh, man. It's not quite. I'll give myself another minute, and then I think we're going to have to switch to the other more heavy-duty mixer after all. Yeah, hand mixing right now, but I think that I'm going to need to switch to electric in a moment. Yeah, this is not quite where it needs to be. All right, we tried it with the portable mixer, it didn't work. We tried it mixing it by hand, didn't quite work. We got to bust out the heavy-duty things. So, where are our two little thingamabobs? Give me a moment. Oh no, did they already bring those upstairs? Don't tell me. I already brought those upstairs, didn't I? Okay. Guys, give me just a minute. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to switch to the BRB scene, and I will be right back. I'm back, and I got both this thing, which I went and rinsed because I know we're going to need it later, and I got these things, and I rinsed them thoroughly as well. Okay, it's time to get heavy duty. It's time to get serious. Thank you for your patience. Jacob McCourt says, what a production wizard. He's a wizard, Harry. The Dumbledore of Twitch. You guys are very kind. Very, very kind. I'll take the Dumbledore compliment. It's better than Harry Potter. Harry Potter, I mean, he's kind of cool, but I mean, he spends half those books relying on other wizards to, know more than him. All right. Let's go ahead and let's get mixing. Okay, yeah, this was the right call. This is the right call. Yeah, the idea is that for stiff peaks to form, you need to inject a lot of air into this mixture. And the problem is that with the electronic hand mixer that we were using earlier, and by hand, you just weren't able to like get a lot of you weren't able to get a lot of air in there quickly, but this is doing the job. This is the right call. What's amazing is that I have a bunch of filters set up on my Rode Go wireless mic, such that right now the mic isn't even picking up this very loud hand mixer. It was when I was using the other one, when I was using the black one a little bit, but this one it's not picking it up at all, which is great. Honestly, at this point, though, I probably should get a stand mixer. Like, me, like, moving this bowl around with my hand, it's not the most tiring thing in the world, but I could just automate it, and it would be a lot faster that way. We're definitely getting there. We are definitely getting there. Let's see, it's 11:28. 11:30, we will kind of like take a quick moment to just check to see how we're doing. Adam Gumbert in the chat says, stand mixers aren't too pricey either. I have one and don't even use it. Yeah, I should probably something I should just bite the bullet on. It would have been great for this stream, but, you know, at this point, we're too late into it. All right, it's 11:30. Still a little bit on the... It's still a little bit on the watery side. We're getting there, but it's a little bit... We need to keep going a little bit more. You know what? I'm just going to add just a touch more icing sugar in here, because I think we definitely... I think we might have skimped a little bit on that, and this will also help thicken it a little bit. Campos says, I'm heading out to bed. I'll catch a VOD to see if the finished product. Have fun. Thank you, Campos, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, back to the grind. It's currently 11:31. We'll give ourselves until 11:34, and then we'll see how the thing looks at that point. Thanks once again to everybody for tuning into this inaugural stream. This is definitely going to be the longest stream of the entire season, which wasn't even intentional, but at the rate at which we're currently going, it seems like that's going to be the way that the cookie's going to crumble. Man, frosting is going everywhere at this point. You can't really tell from the stream, but frosting is going everywhere. You're going to have a lot of cleanup to do.
Sting like a beamer. I eat features.
Oops, should not have pulled that out that quickly. Okay, I think this is more where we want it to be at. Let me just real quick do a couple things. First off, there's been a lot of frosting that's been splattering everywhere. For the most part, I don't care really where it lands, but a little bit landed on the book. So I'm gonna just wipe this down a little bit. I might have to apply like a light coating of water later on to this page because this looks pretty bad. I'm gonna do it for like 1 more minute. Just so I can say that I really crossed my I's and dotted my T's. Just realized there's a little bit of residue on the sides of the bowls of, I think, possibly mascarpone that wasn't fully integrated into the rest of the mix. I'm just gonna scrape it down, get as much of it into the bowl as I can, just so that in the final kind of throes of us mixing up the frosting, we can get as much of the gunk in there. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Where am I going to put these? Got to put these somewhere. I'll put these on the plate here. I'm a little hungry. Let's grab some of these gummies. Get some food in our tummy. Okay. All right, so we've got the frosting done, but we actually have something that we got to do that I did not forget about, but I forgot about while I was preparing the stream. And that is we actually have to divide our frosting between 2 different containers. And I don't have another container around here. So I'm going to just BRB, and I will be back with another container in a moment. Give me a moment. I'm back. I have my second bowl. And so real quick, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put a whole lot of the frosting in here. Maybe that's a little bit too much, actually. It's probably fine. Also, I've not tried the frosting. I should probably do so. It almost feels like we spent a lot of time mixing this stuff up, but it still feels like it's maybe not as stiff as it should be. Let's go Real quick, I'm going to review the ingredients. 2 cups of mascarpone cheese, vanilla bean, vanilla extract, 3/4 of a cup of half and half, 3/4 of a cup of heavy cream, half a teaspoon of salt, 3 cups confectioner's sugar. And it's just the frosting does not look the way that it should look in the recipe image. If we bring in the recipe image real quick, like that stuff looks thick. That stuff looks creamy. Now, maybe it's just one of those things where like it'll become more, it'll become like more stiff once we actually like put it in the fridge, for example, which is what we're going to do after this. Real quick, I'm just going to look up what to do if stiff peaks don't form when making icing. Okay. Here we go. This is from Delia Online. And this is somebody posted this thing. Help, I'm in the middle of trying to rough ice my Christmas cake. For many years, I've used Delia's recipe for royal icing, but found over the past few years I've had problems with getting it into stiff peaks. Our family like hard icing. Today seems worse than ever. What am I doing? And more importantly, what can I do to get it right or near enough to enable stiff peaks? Hello, it seems like your icing needs to be thicker. Stir in a tablespoon more icing sugar and stir well. Test it in the bowl to make sure it will form a peak that holds. If it doesn't, shift in some more icing sugar, stir, and test again until it does. Okay, so it seems like what we're missing is we're missing a little bit of icing sugar. Hold on, this phone is the way that I am able to view the chat while I'm doing these streams, so let me go ahead and scooch it over here. So it seems like we're probably going to need to keep using these a little bit. I'm glad I didn't stop there. I'm like, something about this feels off. Something about this feels like we gotta keep hacking at it until it's as perfect as it can be. And the only thing is I don't love the fact that now we've divided it between 2 bowls, but we'll make do. We will make do. Okay. Hold on. This is a plate that I've been putting the things down on. These bottles, you're probably wondering what these are for. That will be explained in due time, but we don't need them right now, so I'm going to just schlep them over there. Okay, so we need to add a little bit more icing sugar. The website that I just consulted said that we got to add maybe about a tablespoon at a time. We don't want to overdo it. And I will heed its advice. So I definitely do not want to overdo it. So we're just going to go ahead. We're going to add a tablespoon more of icing sugar here. And add a tablespoon more of icing sugar there. They're not exactly even, but, well, we got to start somewhere. Okay. All right, let's go. Okay. Still a little bit on the runny side. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add some more icing sugar. simmer on. I'm going to add 2 tablespoons. I'm going to do what we got to do. We got to bake it till we bake it, as they say in the business. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I can already see the batter like getting more in the direction of where we want it to be. Two Pulls One says, what was your favorite memory of being 28? What an interesting question. I mean, there are a lot of great memories associated with the past 365 days. You know, I've really cherished a lot of the fun podcast things that I've been able to do with the Respawning Fire crew. Those guys are great, and I think I love all the stuff that we've been doing together on Twitch and YouTube. In terms of my own personal life, like, I went to a really great trip to Europe last summer to celebrate my cousin's wedding. And that trip just had a lot of cool-ass, crazy, weird moments. We went to a fireworks show in Versailles at night. That was really cool in France. The wedding itself was in Amsterdam, and that was a crazy city. And the wedding itself was like a crazy, like super expensive, but I would say super well worth it party. Fiesta, end of the world, gonna dance your feet off kind of affair. Not only had a lot of great food at that wedding, but also it culminated in us going to this like really hold on a second. I'm just gonna very lightly taste test this. Yeah, I feel like we can add a little bit more. It culminated in us going to this like crazy tower that was across the river from like the kind of main central downtown part of Amsterdam, and that was crazy. Straight up, it was like entering into like a Willy Wonka. It was like going up that tower. It had this like crazy ass elevator with all these like mirrors and lights everywhere. It was straight up like something out of a Roald Dahl Willy Wonka book. I'm just fascinated because, like, I followed the instructions to a T. Is the issue that, did I use too much vanilla extract? Did I use too much heavy cream? No, I used 3/4 of a cup for both of them. Is it the mascarpone cheese? Yeah, it really was a fun time. It was definitely a wedding to be remembered, that's for sure. Yes. We're getting there. It still feels like we're a little bit like we're kind of taking our time and that we're not arriving at where we want to be fast enough. This stream is going on for a little while and we're not close to wrapping up. I'm going to look something up. Normally I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to look up how much ingredients I need to make royal icing. Let's see here. Oh, man, I forget that you look up any recipe online and it's like a million words before you get to the recipe itself. Okay. 4 cups confectioner's sugar, 3 tablespoons of meringue powder, 9 to 10 tablespoons room temperature water. That is just 9 to 10 tablespoons, but like, man, we put in so much mascarpone cheese and like heavy cream and stuff in here. Like that's like a really disproportionate like amount of liquid to non-liquid for this. Like it's just like such a runny. It's just surprising is all. I want to make sure that this isn't overly sweet, so give me a moment. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna have myself another quick taste test. It's not too bad. Where's the measuring cup? I'm just gonna pour the rest of what's in this bag in here. Don't worry, I have some more powdered sugar on hand that I can use if I need to. All right, here we go. All right. Definitely making progress. It would be good if we had like a test cake that we could test this out with. Like put a little bit of it on the test cake, see how it sticks or if it doesn't stick. Okay, just a little bit for a taste test. Okay. We're going to do an experiment. We're going to do an experiment to see if we are at the place that we want ourselves to be. But before we do that, we actually have to modify this in a way that I have not forewarned anybody here yet about. I don't know if you've noticed it on the table, but we have some red icing sugar. Yes, that's right. We have some red food coloring, I should say, not icing sugar, red food coloring. This stuff is very powerful and very potent, so we're just going to get a tiny eensy-beensy little bit in there. This would be good if we had a toothpick. Oh, you know what we do have? We do have the, like tiny little itty-bitty 1/8 of a teaspoon. So maybe what I can do is I can use them both in tandem. Let's start mixing that up, because a little will go a long way with this. We want it to be dark red, though. We don't want it to be pink. We want it to actually be like really dark red. It's going to see little went a long way. It's already very pink, but again, we want something darker. We have the 1/4. We could use that actually. Hold on. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's a much deeper red, although I feel like we could go a little bit darker. Hey, thank you, Tuples. Oh, because it must have just turned 12 a.m. Thank you. I believe I was born at like 6 a.m. on February 1st in 1995, but thank you all the same. Okay. I've got to make this a little bit darker. It's not quite at the level of darkness that I want it to be. So we're going to do something a little bit unorthodox. I actually have here a small packet of activated charcoal. We're going to go ahead and we're going to open this up. I'm going to very carefully get just a little bit in here, not a lot. I just want a tiny amount to see if that can darken it enough to get it to where we want it to be. I know what we can use. Okay. My only concern is I feel like there's part of me that fears it might just turn the cake gray more than darker, but I mean, we'll find out. It's not having as much of an effect as I thought it would. I thought that just enough of that would be enough to like really darken it, but it's kind of... I have another food coloring over here, another red food coloring. Let me just add a couple of drops. See if this can drastically improve the situation. It's definitely made things a little bit darker. But I feel like the truly dark blood red, we probably would need to use fondant to get that effect, actually. I think that this level of red is probably about as good as we can do. Okay, we'll call it quits while we're here. Well, ultimately, we got a stream to finish. At some point, things can't be perfect. At some point, we gotta accept that things are the way they are. I want this to be like an even darker, redder red, but we're not quite getting there, and honestly, that's fine. That's okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, we're basically gonna move on to the final step, where basically the recipe instructs us using a... Once the cake layers are fully cooled, level both layers by slicing off the rounded top of the cake with a serrated knife. Place one of the layers on a serving plate. So we're going to do that. And basically we're going to add frosting to the middle of them. And we're going to see how that frosting... hold on a sec. Let me wipe my counterplace clean. We're going to see how that frosting sticks to it, if it sticks to it at all. All right. Where is... There we go. I was like, where's the serrated knife that we're going to use? It's right over there. There we go. It's a really nice looking cake, all things considered. Okay. Of course, they can't do anything to stop me right now. So of course I'm going to have a little bit of this cake. Come on now. Man, it is good. No, I'm going to serrate off another close layer. It's not perfectly level, but I don't want to cut off too much of this stuff, so. Fiore in the chat says, happy birthday, Alex. It is officially February 1st. Thank you, Fiore. Much appreciated. Hold on. I gotta have the chat back up on my phone. All right. So the idea is we got our second cake thing here. We're going to put it on top. In retrospect, probably should have just done this recipe straightforwardly instead of having all these grandiose plans. To be totally honest. Okay. Where are we? Where are we at? Right. So we're going to grab our scraper from earlier that we cleaned when we went on a quick break. We go ahead and we're going to spread ourselves some of it on top to serve as a binding agent between the two layers. Interesting. It's not... I thought it would, like, immediately, like, start falling off, but it's kind of sticking in place, which is unexpected. I think we might be able to make this work. I think. Okay. Now with this particular cake, I'm going to make a point of not shaving off the top. It won't look as good, but I also don't want to lose too much cake matter, so I'm just going to put this on top. Okay. I think part of the problem as well is because we have 9-inch pans as opposed to the recipe which calls for 8-inch pans. If we had 8-inch pans, it would probably, like, the cakes would be a little bit thicker, and so I wouldn't be as concerned about rounding off their tops. Not rounding off their tops, but, like, you know, removing the rounding from their tops. Because they're a little bit more spread out, we don't have as much wiggle room. Now that I'm actually trying to, like, put the icing on the sides, I feel like the icing's true nature of it not actually being very, how to say, the icing's true nature is revealing itself, which is to say it's not very cooperative, doesn't really want to stay in place. Well, I guess if this was a Fallout RPG, you could say that I invested 1,000,000 skill points into everything surrounding the stream, into the process of making the cake and not into the process of making the cake. I invested 1,000,000 points into like the tech side of the stream, making the stream look and sound super good, creating all those crazy transition effect graphics. But at the end of the day, I invested no points into the actual, like, oh, you got to make sure that you actually know how to make this shit. And now it's come back to bite me. And that's unfortunate. Ah, man. Thank you to everybody for tuning into this. In retrospect, I probably should have just done a much more kind of straightforward interpretation of the recipe instead of being all fancy-dancy and trying to create my own crazy ideas. But what went wrong? You know what? I'm going to do... We're almost at the end of the stream here, I think. I don't think we got much more in us. I'm going to add a full cup of confectioner's sugar to this. Oops. Oh, wait. Is this the right one? No, I think... Where's the cup that I haven't used? Oh, no, wait. It is that one. Oh, okay. I'm going to add just a full cup of this confectioner's sugar to this. See how much it does or doesn't thicken this red mixture. Just because I want to make something that's real stiff, something that looks like how it does in the recipe book. I followed the recipe to a T. I don't really understand what I did wrong, but the icing is like not stiff in the way it is in the book, despite that. And I'm like, well, what did I do wrong? What's the matter? What's the matter with you, mascarpone? Thank you, Two-Pulse1. I appreciate it. Okay, I got an idea. Here's the thing. Well, this is a little stiffer. This might have been better. Okay, hear me out on this idea. Hear me out on this idea. It's clear that the cake that we're not going to make right here on this stream is going to look that great. It's clear that this cake is going to look like a cake gone wrong. So the way I see it, I think that we got to just embrace that. We made a cake that went wrong, and so we are going to make a cake that went wrong. We are going to make a cake that looks like a fucking disaster. And so that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we just got to go full bore, and we just got to give this cake the ass kicking it deserves. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a couple things. First things first. I need somewhere to put this. I'll put this here temporarily. Okay. First things first. I'm going to bring in the full top-down view of the cake. As much as this cake is a disaster, I am going to scoop up some of this icing and just put it on top just so that the kind of like area surrounding the cake looks okay. Because as much as I want this cake to look like a disaster, we gotta have some standards. Real good, though. All right. Next thing's next. We have our cake, I guess, as cleaned up as we possibly can get it. It's making the table dirty, but it's something we'll have to kind of like figure out later on. Next thing's next. I think, because they've treated us so well this evening, we've got to give our gummies a little bit of FaceTime on this cake. Actually, you know what? Let me have a gummy real quick. Before we do that, I have a better idea. So these are the tops of bottles. The original plan that I had with this stream was I was going to basically stick a bunch of candles into each of these bottles. Actually, you know what? You know what? Now that I think it over, let's still do that. Let's actually still do that. Okay. This is going to get really weird, but stick with me on this. I have right over here a glue gun. What I'm going to do is I have a bunch of birthday candles over there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to apply some glue gun glue to the birthday candles, and I'm going to stick them in these bottle tops. So the candles are sticking out of the bottle tops. Then I'm going to put the bottle tops on the cake, and then I'm going to put frosting around them. And I'm going to make it so that maybe what I'll do is I'll make it so that like white frosting is coming out of the bottle. So it almost looks like, oh, the bottles are overflowing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are embarking on an experiment here, but I think it's an experiment that's going to work out. At the very least, it's an experiment that I hope will make this stream all worth it. Of course, you guys being here made it worth it. Now we're just gonna wait for the glue gun to heat up a little bit. And so yeah, if I grab 3 candles like this, and then I put them in the bottle, like they just barely fit. Okay, yeah, this can work. This can work. We can definitely make it work. But we've got to wait for the glue gun to heat up. Oh, glue gun is heating up. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put a bunch of bottles like that on top of the cake. We're going to put the white frosting that's going to be coming down from it. We're going to put some of the gummy colas on. I also have this box of Fallout Wasteland Warfare Nuka Cola caps. We're going to put a bunch of those on there as well. We're going to go all in and make this as crazy as possible. Oops. It's valuable currency I'm dropping. I should be careful. I'm going to put these over here to the side temporarily. Also, do I have any plastic wrap? Because I might actually put these at the bottom of the bottom of the cans just so that they don't actually ever come in contact with the icing itself. Okay. All right, so we got those two candles connected. And we're going to put down another little thing of glue. Going to put our third candle on here. Okay. Now with that, we're going to stick this in here. And you know what? I wonder if maybe I don't even need to necessarily glue gun this in here further. What if, or maybe I should actually. Okay. You know what? Maybe I'll only do 3 of these. I have like a bunch of these bottle tops, but now that I look at this whole thing, maybe I should just keep this simple. Don't have to do all 6 of them. Now that I actually try to put this down, I guess I just really kind of got to go for it, right? I kind of got to just dig in. And I guess I got to just, this is where I put more frosting. Maybe now that I actually look at it on the cake, I'm wondering if in fact this is actually maybe where I should stop ahead and just have there be 1 in the center. Also, I should probably turn off the glue gun. Hold on. I'm going to turn off the glue gun by unplugging it. There we go. The next order of business is just add more frosting around the singular Nuka Cola bottle candle. Sorry, I'm just trying to finesse it really, really well. Gotta put this away. Hold on. I'm gonna put this on the floor too. Sorry. Okay. I think that's about as good as we're going to be able to do. Okay. Next order of business. Where are we? Okay, so here's what I have. It's just out of view, but I have a bunch of icing pipers that haven't been cut, like this. What I'm going to do is, I am going to grab my scissors, which are just over here. I'm going to make a small hole at the top. Whoops. And now the piece of plastic that I cut off is lodged in the cake. Hold on. Got to put this in the garbage so it's not a problem anymore. Come on. There we go. Also, I noticed that there's a part here that's a little lacking in frosting, so I'll add some more frosting to it. Improve its stay. Okay, that's taken care of. So next what we're going to do is, I'm going to grab a spoon. I'm going to use it to shovel, or maybe I can just pour it. Yeah, let me try. I'm going to try pouring it. Just pour it directly in here. It's probably a little too much. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to go to the top of this thing. We're going to make it seem like the Nuka Cola bottle is fizzing out just a whole lot of white stuff. Just a whole lot of white stuff. Definitely doesn't look like something else. I'm going to make sure that we leave extra trails so that it looks like actual, like natural water. Or rather, you know, beer or Nuka Cola or cola or whatever it is like naturally fizzing out of the top of it. There we go. I actually really am impressed with the appearance of the top of it. There we go. There we go. Art is being made. This definitely looks like something, that's for sure. Okay. Let me just get, can I get like a little bit more in here? So if I can get a little bit more into the frosting pouch, I can just add a little bit more finesse to the job I've already done. Adding like little pools of white stuff. This is certainly going to be a cake to remember. Oops. Okay. Okay, I think that's enough of that. Sorry, just a bunch of it spilled all over my hands. Okay, we got that taken care of. Which means that next, hold on a sec. Just gonna use the sink real quick. Yeah, too much of it got on my hands, and I want to, just for the final little bit on the stream, want to have my hands nice and clean. Right, so next, we got to add some of our Nuka Cola gummies. They're actually just regular gummies, but they're very, very tasty. Oh, it's like my hands are still too watery. I think I might need to use a knife to cut a bit of a hole. Hold on. I have a knife here that I've been using with the frosting. If I just remove some of the frosting, real bit, I bet I can make like a quick indent. Oh man, this is a disaster. Holy shit. Oh man. Oh, that's not, yeah, it's not really working out. Okay. Change of plans. Number one, I gotta get some more pink frosting to cover up that hole. Hold on. Oh, dropped a little bit on the floor. Hold on. All right. Did my best I could there. I think we just gotta lay down the gummies as is and not have them sticking upright. All right, I think we can add maybe 2 more of these, and I think then we gotta call it quits with the gummies. We can probably fit 1 more in here, like that. Yeah, I think that's about good enough. Okay. Bottles are on. What's next? Right. The caps. Okay. I got the caps. Where in the world am I going to put these? Because the cake is like pretty covered up by this point. It's not totally obvious like, oh yeah, that's right. That's definitely where I should put them. Crap. Crud. Where am I going to put them? I mean, I guess I could just put them around the contour of the cake. Like this, maybe? Yeah, I guess I might as well try doing that. I could also maybe use them to, like, cover up the middle part. You know what? Let me try doing that. Nuka Cola. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if this will be the greatest food creation that I've ever made on this channel, but it certainly will be one of my most memorable. Of that, I am certain. And man, oh man, I am going to need to real badly clean up this workstation after this. We're almost there. Almost there, baby. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. We're almost there. Just a couple of the Nuka Cola caps keep dropping. we got to get it so that at least all of them. Come on. Get in there. Good enough. Okay. Whew! Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what the hell I made tonight. Tonight's stream started beautifully and just catapulted into disaster, but out of that disaster, more beauty was born, and that beauty is this cake. Which, give me a moment. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna bring the top-down camera out of view, and I am gonna provide a super zoomed-in view so you can have a good hard look at my masterpiece. Look at him. Look at how beautiful this guy is. Look at how beautiful this guy is. Is this not the face of beauty? Is this not the face of fucking perfection? If it's not, I don't know what is. Whew! Give me just a quick second here. Just a quick second. Gotta check something real quick. All right. And with that, damn, the whole stream's falling apart. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in to tonight's stream. Remember that this is season 4 of Kozibear's Cooking, and that new episodes of it are currently streaming live every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on twitch.tv/CozyBearLive from now until March 13th. You can also watch past VODs of both this season and the entirety of season 3 of Kozibear's Cooking over at youtube.com/@Kozibear7231. And if you want to keep up with me outside of my streaming efforts, you can find me on both Twitter and Instagram at AlexKozina. That's AlexKozina. As is tradition on this channel, I'm going to be closing out tonight's stream by rating one of my fellow content creators. So let's go and let's see who is available right now. Let's see. Nima, King Rabla. You know what? I feel like Jim Tasty, who currently has 12 viewers, might appreciate this. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to raid Jim Tasty. Guys, this was an incredible stream. It ended in the most unusual and bizarre way it possibly could, but in the process, we made something truly fantastic, and for that, I am truly grateful. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. I can't guarantee that the subsequent streams in this season won't be as chaotic as this one was, but I will definitely, from here on out, be making them a little bit more simple. Take care, and send Jim Tasty some love.